Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Suffolk Public Schools work session for the month of August. At this time, we are looking for a motion to go into closed session.
A motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The discussion and/or consideration of applications submitted by citizens for appointment to serve on citizen advisory committees that include the CTE Advisory Committee, Gifted Education Advisory Committee, Local Advisory Committee for Special Education, Parent Advisory Council, Safety Audit Committee, and School Health Advisory Board, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Brittingham. At this time, we're going to go in closed session. Board members, we do know what we all are asked to do regarding our electronic devices. Oh, we're going to vote first, but board members, you know what we all asked to do. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
All right, board members, the fourth statement still stands. We know what we've been asked to do regarding our technology. Thank you. At this time, we are in need of a motion to certify our closed session.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of August 10th, 2023 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
At this time, we're going to go into a recess until it's time for our general meeting. Good evening, everyone. The Suffolk City Public Schools School Board meeting for August 2023 will now be called to order. At this time, we ask that you all please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chair Howell. Immediately following, Board Member Brittingham will lead us in our SPS mission statement. Thank you.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school communities for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, and effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you, Board Member Brittingham. At this time, we need to adopt our agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. The motion has been made by Board Member Brittingham and second by Board Member Brooks Buck. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is public speakers on agenda topics. At this time, we're going to turn it over to our clerk. She will read the statement as well as call out the names of our speakers in order that they are to speak.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including but not limited to petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the meeting area where the school board is meeting, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart, graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking. And our first speaker is Mr. Chris Dove, and he will speak towards the Capital Improvement Plan Order of Priority.
While Mr. Dove is on his way to the podium, I just want to remind all speakers that there's a time clock that is set before you that reflects 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes at your 1 minute warning. Our clerk will let you know that you have 1 minute left When your time expires, we ask that you please immediately cease from speaking. Thank you.
Wait till you get these. Good evening. You have before you the ordinance back in 2018 where the City Council at that time, headed by Mayor Johnson, changed the UDO requirements for level of service for schools. You'll see that they deleted mobile units in that computation. So now the actual computation for what the level of service for schools is based solely on the square footage of the school and no others. The schools are no longer combined, as you see. They used to combine them into groupings and then decide the capability for the group. They no longer do that either. So now we find ourselves in a situation where the public schools are overcrowded, by definition, by the Unified Development Ordinance. I handed out a chart or a table last time I was in front of you that showed the different schools, their level of service based on their square footage and the computation number used by the UDO for the number of students that could be in there. In that table, you saw that the only elementary school that we had the capable or had the required level of service was Booker T. All other elementary schools do not have the level of service required, specifically because of the combined count, the actual number of housing units that the city has already approved but have not yet begun building. They are going to generate students in our schools in the coming years. Middle schools are fine except for, of course, the newest one, Colonel Fred Cherry, which is over capacity. And then finally, the high schools. The Lakeland High is the only high school that is not over capacity. But if you try to mix the schools up and try to redistribute, the high schools have an excess of 580 students projected. The elementary schools have an excess of 1,459 students excess projected. So we have a dilemma. We have the oldest school, or one of the oldest schools in our school district, JFK, needs renovation and replacement badly just because of its age. However, as you can see, we have almost all of our elementary schools do not have the level of service required for the number of students we are going to get now. That excludes the amount of students that are coming from the rezonings that the City Council is currently considering. The Lake Kilby rezoning, the rezoning next to me, this Section 8 of West Haven Lakes, the Manning Road rezoning. These are just local rezonings. It's not the rezonings in northern Suffolk at all. So when you consider your capital improvements plan, don't just go ahead and just try to get the minimum money. Show them that this is a situation that City Council has created and tell them it's up to them to solve it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Deborah Wallstrom regarding Ordinance 23/24-2, Superintendent's Evaluation and Payment of Bills and Payroll.
Good evening, board members. Tonight, I am asking that the policy for the superintendent's evaluation go back to the policy committee such that it can be further discussed to help ensure there's not an issue with the evaluation as there has been for the past 2 evaluation cycles. The board currently lacks a transparent process for the evaluation, most especially for its own board members, a process that I believe needs additional attention. To spur the thinking about what might be in the policy for the superintendent's evaluation, I offer several important questions that can be addressed in policy. What is the specific process for the superintendent's evaluation? What will be done to ensure that all members of the board have the process in writing at the beginning of each evaluation cycle? At what point during the school year will the board and superintendent agree on the indicators to be used, something that didn't happen this year? Why were the indicators part of the superintendent's contract rather than an agreement between the board and the superintendent? Who kept that discussion from the board members and who signed off on it? How much time does the board chair actually need to calculate scores? And does it really take several days for something third grade students can do in a minute? Couldn't this easily be completed when the board comes together in closed session to discuss the evaluation? Who determined whether pieces of evidence from a school board member would not be used? What specifically gives you the power to omit important pieces of evidence, good or not so good, from the overall evaluation? Who decided this? The only thing that gets a score is the standard, not the indicator. So why would that have been problematic? Does the board chair understand that it is the preponderance of evidence that leads to the score for a standard? Did you know that when the school board and superintendent implement the evaluation system as it has done this year, the process and the value of the evaluation is easily undermined to both the superintendent and individual board members? And that comes from the person who designed the evaluation for the State Department of Education. Is there truly a commitment to doing an evaluation well, or just doing an evaluation to get it done? I am not happy that you dissed my school board member when evaluating the superintendent, and I especially am not happy with the excuses for not accepting the evaluation. Did you mean to blame and silence board members for your incompetence to manage the evaluation process? And that's all I'm going to talk about right now. Thank you.
There are no additional speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item on the agenda is reports by the superintendent. At this time, we are here from Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium a member of our community engagement team, Mr. Melvin Bradshaw. He's going to open up with a good news report, one of our featured segments of Where Are They Now, corporate sponsors, and one of our new community sponsors in Kroger. Discussion about ODU, VMAS, and our STEM Immersive Opening House, as well as the launching of our book, STEM Century, the Suffolk, Virginia edition. Suffolk Public Schools earns the 2023 Everify Empower District Seal, our Pepsi Scholarship Contest for seniors, and then I will close it out with mentioning of the calendar of special events. Mr. Bradshaw?
Good evening, Chairman Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I'd like to start tonight with our alumni highlight for Nansemond River High School graduate Parker Dolman. He's a 2019 graduate of Nansemond River High School, also a 2022 graduate of the Hampton Roads Fire Academy. He currently works for the City of Suffolk for the Fire and Rescue Department and is one of the youngest members of that department. On July 12th, Parker Dolman and his wife went to dinner at Decoy Seafood in North Suffolk. While waiting for a table, Dolman says one of the workers pointed out a man choking at the restaurant. As the man began to turn blue, Dolman says his instincts kicked in, and in seconds, he was performing the Heimlich maneuver on this gentleman. He was able to help dislodge the food that was obstructed the man's airway and was able to help him breathe again. Officials say Dolman's quick and decisive actions undoubtedly saved the man's life. However, Dolman says he is no hero. Congratulations tonight to Parker Dolman for being elected as our alumni highlight for August and also for his quick action and putting his skills to use. Tonight, for our corporate community sponsor, we'd like to recognize Kroger for their contribution to Suffolk Public Schools. They are a silver-level community sponsor with a donation of $10,000. Representing Kroger tonight is Dante High, store leader of the Suffolk Marketplace Kroger. If we could have Mr. High come up.
As we discussed in the retreat this morning, this is the impact from our team actually just doing some door-to-door and walking in to go and have a conversation with some of the leaders at Kroger. I shop there. And also just to really reinforce the overall partnership that we have. So for Kroger and Mr. High here, we have for you a couple of takeaways. Official SPS hat. Our STEM Century book recently released. That's a #1 bestseller. And our brand new, oh Lord, our brand new SPS t-shirts that just came out with SPS Creates Achievers. We're gonna pose right here for that. Do you have your camera or is we're going with it? Here we go. It's Dr. Bird.
They were highs for me.
Yeah.
On Monday night, July 31st, Suffolk Public Schools launched a new book edition designed to further students' science, technology, engineering, and math education, commonly called STEM. The event occurred at the Old Dominion University Virginia Modeling, Analysis, and Simulation Center. SPS staff and other distinguished guests unveiled STEM Century. It takes a village to raise a 21st century graduate, Suffolk edition. Suffolk Public Schools is the first school division to publish a book in this series. Written in partnership with the 21st Century Education, an organization providing comprehensive STEM education, the Suffolk edition includes contributing SPS authors, with 5 of those being student writers. The launch also served as an open house to present various STEM-based technology, such as a digital autonomy 3D printer for Hampton Roads Biological Research Consortium, and digital shipbuilding technology from VMAS Virginia Digital Ship Program. Suffolk Public School ranks in the top 10% of school districts for commitment to whole child education. Our district's dedication to providing an evidence-informed education that prepares students for success in the real world has led it to earn the annual EverFi Empowered Seal. Now in its 4th year, the EverFi Empowered Seal is awarded to public school districts that have demonstrated a commitment to comprehensive education strategies on financial literacy, health, and careers. This is the first time Suffolk Public Schools has been awarded the Empowered Seal. In addition to being recognized naturally for their work, the Empowered Seal allows districts to apply for the Empowered Seal grant. The Pepsi Bottling Company reached out to Kings Fork High School and asked the seniors to participate in a scholarship art contest. The seniors were tasked with designing a memorial for Pepsi's Suffolk office building. They wanted the mural designs to have elements of Suffolk intertwined with the Pepsi logos. The winning mural design would be chosen to be painted in their office. Senior students completed this as a sketchbook assignment in all Art 1 classes while looking at the design process that graphic designers go through. The following students placed in the contest. Sophia Martinez won first place and was awarded $300. Amara Palmer won second place and was awarded $200. Leanne Dillard won third place and was awarded $100. And Ava Penn was a runner-up and was awarded a swag bag. Congratulations to these students. And this concludes my part of the Good News Report.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw, and again, thank you to Kroger. We are so excited. We also gave copies of our STEM Century book to all of our board members today. And as Mr. Bradshaw had on the slide that was displayed for our school community, we've now been an Amazon #1 bestseller for 10 days. 10 days for the first thing, which is outstanding, yes. And we're excited because it's really showing the relevance, where we were a #1 seller in educational, professional development, computer and technology education, science and technology teaching materials, as well as science for kids. And this project, not only from the 5 students that Mr. Bradshaw had mentioned, but also having parents such as Tanya Bird write a chapter, community members such as Ms. Talisha Anderson, who was an SPS graduate, our Suffolk Education Foundation president, as well as Deputy Sheriff Major Miles writing a chapter, teachers, administrators. This is now the model, and 21st Century Ed contacted me last week to inform me that now dozens of school divisions have seen what we've done and want to be able to replicate that. And this was twofold for us, where it was an increase in science, student achievement, but also for economic and workforce development with robotics and positions that still are going unfilled. Our kids are now getting that exposure. So we're so excited about that project. And if you don't have your copy, please do so by going to Amazon now. On our calendar of special events, our special education boot camp is 8:30 to 5 at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School on August 15th. Ms. Shirley has an outstanding plan, comprehensive plan for special education. New teacher orientation begins on August 21st through the 23rd. Pre-service week, when our veteran teachers come back, will begin on August 24th. The Superintendent's Facebook Live will be at 3 p.m. on August 25th. This is an annual event that I do, really welcoming everyone back to the 23-24 school year with our motto, Believe to Achieve. SPS Convocation for all SPS staff, the best pep rally in the Hampton Roads, will be August 31st at Kings Fork High School beginning at 8 a.m. Labor Day holiday, while all schools and offices are closed, are September 4th. Our first day of school is 3 weeks away on September 5th, and our next school board meeting, Mr. Chair, will be September 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. What an outstanding job you and your staff are doing in our school division, and we're eternally grateful. We don't follow the trend. We set them here at Suffolk Public Schools. Our next item of business is the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved. I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay, this time we're going to pause. We want to have some additional recognition regarding the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chairman Riddick. At this time, I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Jonita Shabazz, who is our new coordinator of English. Dr. Shabazz is a Bachelor of Science from Old Dominion University, a Master in Science also from Old Dominion University, one of our university partners, and a Doctor in Education and Educational Leadership from Regent University. Dr. Shabazz is actually returning to us, as she previously has served as a teacher at Driver Elementary and Creekside Elementary School, a Title I teacher at McMinn, a reading specialist at Southwestern Elementary School, and her previous position, she was an assistant principal at Thurgood Marshall Elementary School in Chesapeake. Dr. Shabazz, give you an opportunity to say hello to the board and introduce any family members that may be here.
All right, thank you. To the chairman of the school board, board members, Dr. Gordon, and the superintendent staff, thank you for allowing me back to Suffolk Public Schools. I am honored and humbled to stand before you today as I accept the position of coordinator of English in Suffolk. This opportunity fills my heart with gratitude and excitement, and I want to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who has contributed to my journey thus far. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Suffolk Public Schools. I graduated from Nansemond River High School many years ago, where I have many fond memories. I started my career in Suffolk Public Schools as a teacher assistant, as he mentioned, later became a teacher and a Title I resource reading teacher, eventually to become an assistant principal, and now where I am today. It's great to be back here where I found my passion for education and the yearning to be a lifelong learner. Thank you for entrusting me with the responsibilities of the English coordinator. It is both a privilege and a challenge I am ready to embrace wholeheartedly. I am thankful for the dedicated educators and mentors who have guided me along my path. Your guidance, wisdom, and unwavering support have shaped my perspective on education. I am excited to take the lessons you've imparted in me to apply them in my new role. To my family, which some of them are here tonight and they can stand. I have my sister, my twin daughters, and my husband. To them, thank you for their unwavering love and support. You have been, yes, my biggest cheerleaders. They've been by my side through each step in my educational journey and, of course, my employment opportunities, so I'm grateful to them. In conclusion, I am truly grateful for your trust in me as the coordinator of English instruction. The educational landscape is ever evolving, and we must adapt to changes, both anticipated and unforeseen. With an open mind and a collaborative spirit, I am eager to seek innovative solutions that will keep us at the forefront. I am ready to embark on this journey with passion and dedication to our collective purpose, creating achievers from classroom to community. Thanks again, and have a great evening.
On behalf of the Suffolk City School Board, Ms. Shabazz, Dr. Shabazz, please forgive me, I would like to say, welcome home. Okay. Our next item of business is unfinished business. Board members, what's your pleasure? Do you want to take these individually, or do you want to take them collectively? Dr. Brooks-Buck.
Mr. Chairman, we have had these to review for 60 days now, so I would suggest that we take them collectively. I believe there was one question this week, but it has been answered, so.
Okay. Is there a motion? I don't see anyone else having their lights to, is there a motion?
I move that we take these collectively. Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, so it's a move. I want to make sure I'm going to repeat so we all understand. This is an adoption of the policies to take them collectively, and then we would vote to, okay. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve or deny the unfinished business ordinances?
I move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Vice Chair Howell and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item on our agenda is new business. And the first item is the approval of the budget adjustment number 120, 2023 through 2024, buses, reappropriating funds. Is there a motion to approve, or is it a discussion? Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck, second by Board Member Jenkins. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is also an action item. That's the approval of the 2024-2025 budget development calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the
as stated.
Okay,
Second.
okay. It has been properly made, the motion has been properly made by Board Member Byram and properly seconded by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Board members, before I go to the next item, I just want an effort to be transparent. Before you is a speech request feature. If you want to talk, hit the feature and we will recognize you. If your mic isn't lit red, your mic is not hot, the people that are watching at home may not be able to hear you. I do not want to deprive any constituent of hearing what you're saying. I know there are some board members who are mumbling. I cannot make out exactly if you're seconding the motion or if you're making a motion, and if I can't do it, I'm certain that those who are sitting in the audience and those who are watching at home may not be able to hear what you're saying. So our stakeholders and our parents as partners and our community constituents are able to hear and understand exactly what we're acting on tonight. I do ask that you hit your mic feature. It will let me know that you're requesting to speak. I will touch the button so you can speak. It will light red like this, and then all of us in real time can hear what you're saying. Okay? The next item on the agenda is informational item, and that's the capital improvement plan order of priority. Dr. Gordon?
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. What the board members have in front of them is our capital improvement plan that we actually had submitted last year. We wanted to make sure this is going to be an informational item as we begin our capital improvement plan discussions for September. As usual, we're going to have a short turnaround when we have to have this information to be presented to the city. I'm also going to recommend to the board that they have a joint meeting earlier than January with City Council this year to be able to allow City Council to process and digest any of the recommendations that are coming from the school board. Just as a few reminders, we currently are closing out with our final recommendations for what John F. Kennedy Middle School will look like. We're expecting that information to come to us by the end of the month. We currently have the RFP out for the Northern Shores expansion. And then, as you can see, the other orders based on what the school board has recommended in the past. We did have a very good meeting with the city manager and the deputy city manager. Monday, joining me was Ms. Forsman and Mr. Napier. As we went over this timeline in the past, we've recommended to the school board not make any adjustments to the capital improvement plan to eliminate any potential confusion or distractions. We will be gauging that to see what that will be our continued recommendation for the month of September.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, and I do want to take this time to exercise a point of privilege as far as informational for the residents in the Nansemond Borough. No one is delaying the expansion on Northern Shores. That was some misinformation that was passed out through the community. As Dr. Gordon just stated, that contract is out for bidding as far as design. And then we're going to move forward with the next phase contingent upon the city following through with the funding. So I just want to put that to rest. Northern Shores is on our plan for CIP. It is currently on the city's plan for CIP, and we're working together in a harmonious fashion to move forward. If anything changed, I'm very certain your board representative will be more than glad to let you know. You know you have a fierce fighter as your board representative, and I'm guaranteeing you that your board chair and the other board members will also let you know the first time something comes up that's changed. The next item on the agenda is Resolution 23/24-7. Is there a motion to approve?
Citizen advisory.
Okay, that wasn't up there first. Okay. That one just popped up. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the recommendation to the Citizens Advisory Committee, and these are the board appointments. Yes, ma'am.
The board appointments for the committee membership for 2023-2024 are as follows. Gifted Education Advisory Committee, Russ Terillian, his borough is Wellyville, appointed by Mrs. Byram. He's a returning member. Sonora Hollis, borough Cypress, appointed by Mrs. Jenkins. She is a new member. Ryan Carl, Sleepy Hole Borough, appointed by Mrs. Howell, a returning member. The School Health Advisory Board, Regina Tyndall from the Nansemond Borough, appointed by Dr. Brooks Buck and is a returning member. Dagny Aldrich from the Sleepy Hole Borough, appointed by Mrs. Howell, and she's a new member. Mavis Penn from the Suffolk Borough, appointed by Mr. Riddick, and she is a returning member. The School Safety Audit Committee, Jonathan Rankin from the Whaleville Borough, appointed by Mrs. Byram, is a returning member. Joel Hoffler from the Cypress Borough, appointed by Mrs. Jenkins, is a new member. J.T. McKinney from the Holy Neck Borough, appointed by Dr. Brittingham, is a new member. Corey Donker from the Sleepy Hole Borough, appointed by Mrs. Howell, is a new member. Brandon Randleman from the Suffolk Borough, appointed by Mr. Riddick, is a returning member. For the Parent Advisory Council, Dr. Elizabeth Green from the Whaleville Borough, appointed by Mrs. Byram, is a returning member. Joan Jones from the Cypress Borough, appointed by Mrs. Jenkins, is a returning member. For the Local Advisory Committee for Special Education, Kristen O'Neill from the Nansemond Borough, appointed by Dr. Brooks Buck, is a returning member. Christy Cole from the Holy Neck Borough, appointed by Dr. Brittingham, is a new member. Sierra Chavis from the Suffolk Borough, appointed by Mr. Riddick, is a returning member. For the Career and Technical Education Advisory Council, Michael Goodman from the Whaleville Borough, appointed by Mrs. Byram, is a returning member. And Rita Dietrich from the Sleepy Hole Borough, appointed by Mrs. Howell, is a new member.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Chair.
Second.
I move to approve with the caveat that the individuals appointed, we verify the borough that they live in.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. And just to reiterate, so everyone is knowing what's going on, the motion has been properly made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck to approve the names that was recommended by the board contingent upon address verification that they are living in the proper borough that they have been recommended from. And then it was properly seconded by Board Member Brittingham. At this time, is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The next item on our agenda is item number 5 under new business, Resolution 23/24-7. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Brittingham and second by Board Member Brooks Buck. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is item number 6 under new business, Resolution 23/24-8. Is there a motion to
approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is item number 7 under new business, Resolution 23/24-9. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
The motion has been properly made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is item number 8 under new business, Resolution 23/24-10. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Slingloff and properly seconded by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
The last item under new business is item number 9, Resolution 23/24-11. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Slingloff and properly seconded by Board Member Dr. Brittingham. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is public speakers on non-agenda topics. We're going to turn this part over into the hands of the clerk, but I just want to remind all speakers that when you come to the podium and speak, please state your name and address for the record, and then proceed speaking. Madam Clerk?
Do you want me to read the statement again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matter. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceedings. Expressive activities including but not limited to petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the meeting area where the school board is meeting, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking. And our first speaker is Chris Dove regarding parental rights and the role of public schools on social issues.
It seems silly, but I'm Chris Dove, and I live at 852 Colonel Meade Drive, Suffolk, Virginia. Parents commit their children to the care of the Suffolk Public Schools with the understanding that their children's safety and well-being will be provided for. For 15 years, I've observed my wife and her fellow teachers take this responsibility very seriously. Not only did they teach the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, but they constantly strove to maintain a safe and nurturing learning environment. This was the root cause of today's controversy. Schools have always attempted to support the emotional well-being of their charges. Today, it has come to include sexual orientation. Against this support stands parental rights groups. These parents see the school support of non-standard orientations as infringing on their parental rights. The acceptance of the schools of what these parents view as wrong behavior negatively impacts their children. These groups attempt to ban books and lessons that promote non-standard orientation as acceptable. Schools have been placed in this position that they should have never have been placed in. In the middle of opposing sides of a social issue. Schools are attempting to balance the rights of parents with the rights of students in the schools they in charge. I believe schools have gone too far by actively promoting alternative lifestyles. Yes, schools must support the students' right to live how they choose. Must prevent harassment, bullying, and intimidation. But schools should not require anyone to accept something that they don't agree with. If an anatomical boy wants to be called Sally, then by all means require everyone to use their preferred pronoun. If Sally prefers to wear dresses, then by all means prevent any harassment, bullying, and intimidation that may result. But do not permit the use of opposite gender restrooms. This crosses the line between students' welfare and supporting only one side of the social issue. The emotional well-being of some students does not outweigh the emotional well-being of all. Parents do have rights, but their rights only extend to their children. Other parents have rights too. Most important, you must advocate for the rights of the children in your charge on both sides of this issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Hergert regarding informed consent.
Some to be put on record, as well as copies here for each of the board members. Jennifer Herget, 146 Cardinal Lane. The school board superintendent and especially parents need to be aware that all doctors in the state of Virginia received a letter which states that doctors are to recommend the COVID injection down to 6 months of age. I spoke here last June, was cut off and told that I was not a doctor. Well, it's amazing how much research you can do when your daughter is vaccine injured. My daughter's doctor wanted to come speak, but unfortunately she is out of town. This is her book, Vaccine Injuries, Lies, and Deaths. She practices here in Virginia Beach. The COVID vaccine has caused more injuries than all other vaccines combined in the history of modern medicine. Yet highly regarded three-letter government aid organizations fail to communicate this critical information to the public. Instead, they changed the definition of the word vaccine, convinced doctors the shots are safe, and coerced the public to take them and continue to lie. Now, she doesn't take the incentives from the insurance companies to get the shots, which are up to $200 per patient. Is anyone here aware of the Pfizer documents for the COVID-19 vaccine? I've personally spoken with 5 doctors and they were unaware. The FDA tried to have the documents sealed for 75 years until 2096. A Texas judge ordered the release and the first set came out on March 1st, 2022. There are 9 pages of adverse reactions that were known by February 28, 2021, over 2 years ago. Within these 9 pages, there are approximately 40 autoimmune diseases, 6 types of hepatitis, and 50 types of herpes. Should your immune system be compromised, your body can't protect itself properly. To find the full document, go to www.phmpt.org. Click on the documents, type in the search bar 5.3.6, and go to pages 30 to 38. But please note, these are only the side effects known as of February 28, 2021. The CDC had to be sued twice to release their own vSafe data. Out of approximately 10 million vSafe users, over 7.7% had a health event requiring medical attention, emergency room intervention, and/or hospitalization, and another 25% were unable to perform normal activities. Moderna also needed a lawsuit to release their data. The release started in July 2023 and should be complete in June of 2025. What are they hiding? The good news is that there are many different batches. Many have had very few adverse reactions. You can go to howbadismybatch.com to check your batches. The Virginia Medical Freedom Alliance, along with many other organizations, are available to help the vaccine injured. Before the COVID-19 jabs were rolled out, if you were 19 or younger, your risk of dying of COVID was 0.0003%. Only 3 per 1 million infected with COVID-19 at this age ended up dying. The average age of death in the UK from COVID-19 in 2021, which is the same in the US, was 82.5 years old. Last year, when I was at this podium, I was told that Suffolk did not recommend the vaccine to anybody. But on September 9, 2021, the Suffolk School Board did mandate the COVID jabs to the athletes and students in extracurricular activities without researching any possible adverse reactions or even recognizing natural immunity.
1 minute warning.
Parents did not get informed consent. I'm a strong supporter of informed consent, and I hope that this school board will help educate parents with this information. Our government and our media are not educating the public, so it's left up to we the people. Deanna Klein has signed this book for this school board. I'd like to turn it over as well.
Our next speaker is Travis McKinney regarding time to choose.
Good evening. On March 9th, I last spoke to the school board about the word trusted adult. At that meeting, I highlighted the fact that directing children to speak to an adult about their personal life not only disrespects the parent-child relationship, but also breaks the bonds between a parent and their child. I spoke as how the trusted adult policy gives undue influence of an adult from the school system over a child or children. I spoke of how this policy enables child predators to take advantage of children, and allow me to reinstate to this board, I believe it's the permissive attitude of encouraging emotionally challenged students to speak to an adult, basically a total stranger that's unknown to their parents, without parents' permission or notification, which led to sexual assault of a Kings Fork High School student, September 9th, 2021. The packet in front of you is a narration which I continue as the policy of the superintendent to willfully and personally keep policy and procedures secret from the public and from parents, more specifically in violation of FOIA. Let's begin the conversation. The first 2 pages that you see is a form. While the form can be found online, I guarantee that there's not one parent sitting behind me tonight that has seen it. For brevity purposes, this is a form that is at the heart of the argument. Suffice it to say that the form gives the child a right not to inform a parent of having talked to a school counselor or administrator of discussions of a sexual personal nature. In the superintendent language, as you will discover later on, this is a trusted adult. There's no parental signature required to that form. In the beginning, I thought that this was just a curriculum thing with a teacher. On page 3, you see my first FOIA request asking for the trusted adult interview sheet provided by the teacher, a planning guide and curriculum. On page 4, you will see the response. Along with that response on that interview sheet that you see in front of you, I also received a planning guide. I did not receive the curriculum. Due to the response I received from the first FOIA that I sent out a more detailed FOIA on page 5. We're going to dial in and focus on line items 9 through 11. Line item 9, any and all policy or standard or practice of the SPS that permits children to conduct a personal interview with any adults that are unknown to the parents. Line item 10, any and all policy or standard practice of SPS that permits children to conduct a personal interview with any adults without permission from the parent. And number 11, any and all policy or standard practice of SPS that permits children to conduct a personal interview with any adults without notification to the parent. I received the answer to this FOIA on page 6. We're going to focus to the middle and the bottom of the response page. March 17th, the following information was provided in response to your FOIA Trusted Adult Interview Form, the Instructional Lesson Plan, School Board Policy 6-11.2, and a 2020 Health Education Standards of Learning Curriculum Framework. On the bottom of the page, you will read, in regards to your most recent FOIA request sent via email, please note that public records have been provided to you, or they cannot be found, or they do not exist. Makes note that it is sent an additional copy of information I previously had. If you go to Suffolk City School Board Policy Manual 2023, 6.11.2 does not exist. If you go to Suffolk City School Board Regulations Manual, under 6.11.2, you will find policy pertaining to alcohol and drug use. None of that answers the question to the FOIA request as far as any policies on interviewing children with or without parental notification or consent. Basically, my FOIA response was not answered. The word trusted adult is found in nobody's policy anywhere. Come across a video of the subcommittee meeting regarding the policy change, which is the heart of the argument. Dr. Gordon, in relation to section C in the policy quote of 17-minute 54 timestamp. That's the section that we all want to drill in to say that we have to get to talk to the kids first. It happens during school counseling sessions anyway, but if it's based on whoever his trusted
1 minute
adult,
warning.
if it's based on whoever his trusted adult the student discusses, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be either a school counselor or it may be a school administrator. So in the video, the superintendent has promoted a policy of children talking and interviewing with an adult without parent permission. That was not an FOIA response that I had received. The manual, the form that you find online was never referenced to me. It was never given to me by the school system. I had to go find it. That's a violation of the FOIA that I submitted looking for information. It's clearly stated that these policies are what we call in the government a dark program non-record that the superintendent is running because there's no policy, there's no written documentation to this, and the school board is either aware of it or not aware of it. But I do believe that I have enough information here to file my complaints. You can expect that tomorrow.
The next speaker, Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, regarding policy committee meetings and PALs.
Good evening again, board members. Deborah Wallstrom, 137 Pitch Kettle Point Circle here in Suffolk. I attended the policy committee on Monday and have deep concerns about what I heard. I'd like to share these with the whole board as you never seem to get the whole picture about the policies coming your way. To set the stage, the committee had 4 documents for review and consideration. They had the current policy for the first one. They had the new policy for the second one. They had what I'll call the Waller version for the third one. And then they had the Gordon version for the fourth one. And just for background information, I disagree with what Mr. Waller says the first one is called. The first one is based on the 221 transgender model policies. It's got every bit of them in there, but they don't want to call it that, even though that's really what it is. And just for your information, those have been withdrawn. So really what should have happened the other day is those go away, the new ones come in. So they should have been withdrawn, not to be used, and that was to have already happened. What you would expect to happen in the policy meeting is that the current policy would be withdrawn and the committee would review the 2023 model for SPS. The policy committee looked at a version of the school division's policy, and the new policy is attempting to keep the old with the new, not something all board members or citizens are thrilled with, and certainly not what the law says. Mr. Waller stated that the current 2021 policy is not the model policy. But that's not really right, is it, Mr. Waller? The 2021 policy includes everything in the model policy, plus some additions. But the board's lawyer, obviously standing up for what the superintendent wants, couches his words in the committee to make everyone think it's not the older 221 policy that's supposed to go away. Well, it is, and it needs to come out as mandated by the state. Start fresh with the new policy and add to that if desired, but make the old policy go away. Before you say I'm misleading people, isn't it true that Dr. Gordon recognized the 2021 policy as the state-mandated policy in that article he had done with the Suffolk News Herald, where he stated they pushed back when we put in a transgender policy that was mandated by the state? So who's telling the truth? Mr. Waller? Dr. Gordon? Anyone? Anyone? And isn't it true that Dr. Gordon shared that a number of school divisions have already voted down the new model policy? And don't we always give children what they want because their friends have it or are doing it? No, we don't. We're stronger than that. Oh, and isn't it true that Dr. Brooks Buck completely denied any issues at Loudoun County when she pretty much stated that what we know is wrong? Is she closing her eyes to the issue where a trans-fluent student wearing a skirt went into the girls' bathroom and raped a student? And isn't it true that the student was then sent to another school where he did the same thing? Isn't it true that Dr. Gordon states there are policies and procedures that have been used for the old model policy?
1 minute warning.
Thank you. Yet, there's nothing in the administrative regulations for that. Pretty important topic to not have those in there. And isn't it true that you want to allow students to keep secrets from their parents and put our teachers and our counselors and others in an untenable position of getting between what a parent wants for his or her child and what the student wants? Why would you do that? And in the policy meeting, isn't it true that the grim case to which we are bound includes that the court said that the transgender student had to be allowed to use the restroom consistent with their gender identity based on Title IX and equal protection? But didn't you forget to really tell the whole story with that and all the things that were required and that really went into that
I'm sorry, your
case?
time has expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Matthew Hentlian regarding transgender policy.
Before I start, I must admit that first I'm a dyslexic, and it takes me a little bit longer to process things as I read them. So, per the Americans with Disabilities Act, I'm asking if I may impose for a modest accommodation, and that being approximately 40 seconds in my time to be able to deliver what I have prepared. If that's acceptable to the board, I can proceed. It's a latent disability. It's a visual discrimination disorder. When I read, it takes a while for things to process.
Could you pause for me?
I'm sorry.
Attorney Waller, could you weigh in?
If he has a disability that impacts a major life activity, he's entitled to a reasonable accommodation.
Thank you. We don't mind accommodating. However, going forward, for anyone who may have a disability, when you register to speak, please include that in so we can be prepared to give you that courtesy where you don't have to come and disclose your medical information to anyone else. But what I will do is if you can set him for 6 minutes. So that's an additional 20 seconds more than what you asked for.
Thank you. I appreciate the accommodation and your consideration. I will open. We are here.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Forgive me. My name's Matt Hentlian. Glenhaven Drive, Suffolk. We are here, we are queer, and we're coming for your kids. This is the mantra of the LGBTQ movement, which was chanted at every major demonstration, parade, gay pride event across the country during the month of June, Pride Month. Naturally, most parents find this statement gives grounds for concern, in particular that there are policies presently proposed regarding Suffolk Public Schools for students who identify as transgender. In the most recent policy meeting for Suffolk Public Schools, Superintendent Gordon provided his recommendations for the transgender policy, which as presented supersedes parts of the Virginia model policy recommendations just recently made available. In particular, the issue of parental consent. The Virginia model policy states, in regard to counseling and guidance, parental notification, as stated in the Virginia Administrative Code, is required. However, Superintendent Gordon's recommendations undermines the parental rights, which are a fundamental right, in stating that if the Suffolk Public Schools is of the opinion that if there is a potential danger in notifying parents of recommended counseling, parents will be given the opportunity to object before gender counseling is given. Dr. Gordon further recommends that disclosure to a student's parents can be circumvented if said disclosure to the student's parents would pose a danger to the student's health and wellness. This is a total abrogation of parental rights in that, in the Suffolk Public Schools' sole opinion, disclosure should be withheld from parents. The rights of a parent in regard to decisions directing the child's upbringing and education are a fundamental right and are well established in case law and as well as recognized by the Constitution of the United States and made binding upon the states by the 14th Amendment. Suffolk Public Schools may claim the doctrine of in loco parentis. However, such a claim is misplaced in that this doctrine does not supersede parental rights, but is subservient to parental consent. The Virginia model policy clearly states that schools shall defer to parents to make the best decisions with respect to their children. Schools shall keep parents informed about their child's well-being. Non-disclosure to parents of their child's well-being is not an option to be at the discretion of the Suffolk Public School System. Dr. Gordon further recommends students should be allowed to use the facility that corresponds to their gender identity. Superintendent Gordon recommends administrators should take steps to designate gender-inclusive or single-user restrooms, access to facilities such as restrooms, locker rooms that correspond to the student's gender identity will be available to all students. There have been incidents in Loudoun County that employed this very same principle, which ended up in a criminal conviction of sexual battery by a student upon another. Loudoun County Schools, in an effort to cover it up, moved that particular student to another school who committed the very same crime again. Likewise, in Decatur, Georgia, an incident where a 14-year-old girl was sexually assaulted in using the women's restroom by a gender-fluid student. It is inevitable that sooner or later there will be a similar incident in Suffolk because of this recommended policy. The response by certain board members and the superintendent in the recent policy meeting is a wait-and-see approach in this regard. Here, Suffolk Public Schools is blatantly negligent in that it is foreseeable similar occurrences will happen. Suffolk Public Schools owes a duty to the students and parents of Suffolk Public Schools to provide a safe environment, which includes restrooms and locker rooms. In employing this particular policy, Suffolk Public Schools breaches their duty owed to parents and students, is both the actual and proximate cause of the harm to students, and is therefore liable for damages incurred. There are approximately 12 to 14,000 students in the Suffolk Public School System, thereby making 12 to 14,000 potential plaintiffs. Finally, the recommendations completely disregard those of students who don't identify as transgender, who seek to use facilities and compete in sports according to their biological sex. Nary a word is mentioned in this regard. What about that female track athlete who lost her state ranking due to a transgender competing in her category?
1 minute warning.
What about that female student who wants their privacy to be able to use a restroom or locker room and not have to worry about the transgender student coming in? In order to accommodate a few, the majority must endure. All of this is divisive and very non-productive. I, as a taxpayer, parent, and now grandparent, do not approve of these recommendations of Superintendent Gordon. I therefore urge the board members to employ common sense and vote no on these recommendations. Again, I thank you for the accommodation. I thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Janet McKinney, regarding parents' rights.
Good evening. Janet McKinney, Lake Cahoon Point, Suffolk. The U.S. Declaration of Independence, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Or as Lincoln said, government of the people, by the people, for the people. Parental rights are guaranteed by the First and the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, Virginia Constitution, the U.S. Code, and the Virginia Code. Specifically, Virginia Code Section 1-240.1 codifies parental rights. Governor Young can double down on that with his Executive Order 2, where he and the Virginia Department of Education, with their 2023 model policies, have reaffirmed that and reaffirmed the position of the parent and parents' rights in the education process. They published their 2023 model policies, and in that, they specifically rescind and vacate the 2021 model policies. For reference, Section 1-6.2:1 of Suffolk Public Schools policies is the policy that we're talking about, that these model policies are going to change. There's a misconception of the legal doctrine of in loco parentis. Some people think that it means that someone is going to act as a parent. Not really. You're acting in lieu of the parents. No parent has abandoned, abdicated, or surrendered their rights. Therefore, the school personnel will act in place of the parent, but still be subject to the rights of the parents. And as an example of that, I still have to give permission, written permission for my child to take medication at school. I still have to give written permission for my child to participate in school activities. And I still have the right to object to particular lessons. If the school, if all of my rights were abdicated, I wouldn't have to do any of those things. School personnel are charged with acting in the best interest of the child, but still subject to the parental rights. Virginia, in the model policies and in y'all's section 1-6.2:1, there are no citations to any of the Virginia codes or the Virginia administrative codes that should be included. One being 8 VAC 20-620-10, paragraph D of that requires a public hearing on any policies or amendments thereto, such as this one that we're talking about. So before this policy can be passed by a policy committee, Virginia Administrative Code requires a public hearing on that. Also, Virginia Code Section 22.1-23.3 is known as the Act, and that's what the Virginia Department of Education has based their model policies on. When they drafted their model policies, they took into consideration the Constitution, the United States Constitution, Virginia Constitution, the U.S. Code, the Virginia Code. And they also considered litigation that is at the national forefront and which is all originated in Virginia, Loudoun County, Chesapeake, West Point High School, and Roanoke County. And they're trying to get all of that brought in and maintain the parents' rights and trying to maybe avoid some more litigation. We have circulating 3 versions. We have the 2021 policy, which is vacated pursuant to the 2023 model policies. We have the changes that Mr. Waller has made, and we have the changes that Dr. Gordon has made. Mr. Waller essentially has brought in the model policies from the
1 minute
2023 model
warning.
policies, Dr. Gordon has enhanced those. However, his enhancements have stricken some of the required language and have diminished the parental rights that the Virginia Department of Education wants to affirm with their model policies. So we need to throw out the 2021 model. We need to throw out the 2021 version, section 1-6.2:1, start again with the model policies from the Virginia Department of Education, and what Dr. Gordon has suggested needs to be thrown out because it's all in violation of the model policies as put forth, or mandated, as we like to say, from the Virginia Department of Education. If we're going to mandate one thing, we need to mandate all of it.
I'm sorry, your time has expired. Next speaker, Deborah Cliche, regarding superintendent evaluation. FOIA comment by Chair Riddick. Transgender policy. Chair Riddick's editorial in the Suffolk News Herald. Lack of response by the Transportation Department regarding a bus driver violating rules of the road.
Good evening, parents and school board members. It is apparent to me that Chair Riddick
Excuse me,
lacks...
we're going to stop you.
Sorry. Deborah Cliche, Blessing Circle, Suffolk, Virginia. It is apparent to me that Chair Riddick lacks respect for Virginia's FOIA laws. At the July school board meeting, he said that people were weaponizing FOIA. He was not truthful with this statement. FOIA laws were designed because many government-supported entities refused to be transparent about the business they conducted on behalf of the taxpayers, and they refused to allow we, the people, to see how every tax dollar is spent. The taxpayers have a legal right to know how our tax dollars are spent and what is being taught in all classrooms. In one of the court cases that Suffolk Public Schools lost, the judge stated that Suffolk Public Schools is a serial FOIA offender. This was not a compliment at Suffolk Public Schools. I am disgusted that Chair Riddick silenced the school board members from the Chuckatuck and Holy Neck boroughs by rejecting their evaluations of the superintendent. I do not believe the chair has this authority. These ladies are elected officials and accountable to their constituents, not to the rest of the school board. Remember that all school boards, even this one, work for the taxpayers. No one is trying to hot dog the issue, as Chair Riddick stated in his editorial piece in the Suffolk News Herald on August 6th. We want our voices to be heard. The voters in these boroughs elected these ladies because we trust and respect their decision-making abilities. He silenced the voices of approximately 28,000 constituents. I resent having my representative disenfranchised because she would not fall in line and go along with the party line like sheep. I also find Chair Riddick's comments about Mr. Thompson's loss in a primary petty and unbecoming of a person in his position. In the real world, employees, in this case the superintendent, do not have the luxury of deciding what documentation/evidence may be presented in said evaluation. One of the criteria for evaluating a superintendent is, does this person promote a climate of mutual respect or trust of the community? I would assign a score of 0 in this category. In the past, he has called Suffolk citizens disruptors because we questioned what was being taught in our schools. We asked for transparency with our tax dollars. The superintendent also called Dr. Deborah Wallstrom an enemy of the school board when he and the former school board chair had Dr. Wallstrom illegally removed from a school board conference that was open for public observation. His behavior certainly fails to show mutual respect of the community. All this time spent on this transgender bathroom and locker room business, a rational person would think that given the rape of 2 girls in Loudoun County schools, that this would be a no-brainer. It appears that the focus is on accommodating less than 0.5% of the entire U.S. population with transgender services. I want to know how you will protect the other 99.5% of the students. I do not want any girls using bathrooms or locker rooms with boys who think that they are girls. I want the girls to be safe and not fear for their safety. It is challenging enough to be a preteen or teenager without these additional burdens. The Virginia Department of Education model policies for 2023 spell it out quite clearly. In the court case Troxel versus Granville, it states, schools may not abrogate the rights of parents. The 14th Amendment protects the rights of parents to direct the upbringing of their children. The school has no place in counseling children who are questioning their gender. That is for their parents to figure out and hire an appropriate
1-minute warning.
person. From listening to my neighborhood children and parents in our city, it is obvious to me that SPS has failed to stop most bullying in the schools. How about focusing on making all schools safe and get rid of the disruptive behavior that has run rampant in our schools? How about focus on reading, writing, math, and grammar skills, which have plenty of room for improvement? Thank you.
Next speaker, Jason Runner, regarding transgender policy, public hearing on the transgender policy.
Good evening, Suffolk School Board. My name is Jason Runner. I live at 141 Lane Street in Whaleyville. My name is Jason Runner. Both my boys will be attending Southwestern Elementary this year. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak to you today regarding this issue of students using the opposite gender's bathroom in Suffolk schools. According to a study conducted by UCLA Law, 1.4% of U.S. children ages 13 to 17 identify as transgender. Also, a study from UCLA Law showed that only 0.5% of the U.S. population and 0.36% ages 18 to 24 of the Virginia population identify as transgender. I could not find any data on ages 13 and younger. As you can see, with a sharp decline of people who identify as transgender stop transitioning near the end of puberty, these children are clearly confused. I do not believe it is the school's area of responsibility to participate in this. I would like to know why the school board is pandering to the 1.4% who are confused. In the 2023 model policies, it states every effort should be made to ensure that a transgender student wishing to change his or her means of address is treated with respect, compassion, and dignity in the classroom and school environment. One second. What about the 98.6% of the other children who are now subject to being made uncomfortable in their own bathroom? What about the dignity, respect, and compassion for the 98.6% of the kids that attend Suffolk schools? The kids are there to ask questions like, what's the square root of 30? How far away is the sun? What does an octopus do with his 8 arms? They're not there to ask why a girl is in a boy's bathroom and why a boy is in the girl's bathroom. The more popular choice for a family who doesn't agree with this would be to go to private school or to homeschool. However, there are families who simply cannot afford for one parent to work and cannot afford private school and are forced to send their kids to public school. So now this hot topic of transgenderism is trying to creep into the school system and influencing kids that have no choice but to be there. I'll leave you with a few closing thoughts. In the chapter of Genesis, verse 27 states, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them." Since God is perfect and does not make mistakes, the kids that are born female are meant to be female, and the kids that are born male are meant to be male. I may be looked at as a simpleton when I say this, but it is truly facts over feelings. In closing, I'll say that I am sure I'm not the only parent that is extremely angry over this. This evil cannot continue any longer. The amount of Americans that do not want this far, far outnumbers the amount of people who do. Lastly, I'm absolutely appalled that this has reached Suffolk schools. Maybe Richmond, the DC area, sure. But never in a million years did I think that this was going to come to Suffolk. I hereby formally request that the school board hold a public hearing on this policy. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Our next speaker, Susan Franz, regarding student health.
Good evening. My name is Susan Franz. I am from Williamsburg, Virginia. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. On September 9th, 2021, the Suffolk City School Board mandated that athletes and students participating in extracurricular activities take the COVID shot. Were you informed before making this mandate? Did you care about possible side effects these children could suffer by this newly implemented shot? By what lawful authority did you enact this mandate? Are you aware of the financial incentives that providers receive for administering this shot? Were you pressured by outside forces to issue the mandate? How many children and athletes have dropped out of activities because they are suffering from vaccine side effects? Myocarditis is one of the major conditions affecting young athletes after the COVID vaccination. If you've been paying attention at all, many young, highly fit, professional level athletes are dying on a regular basis because they were forced to take the vaccine. I hope that you will not mandate this shot going forward, despite the fact that it is currently recommended by the CDC. Do not put these children at risk. The mandate to take vaccines should not be imposed by the school board. Immunization choices belong in the hands of the parents, as we've been discussing all night. Parental rights supersede anything that the school board would put on them. The parents should receive informed consent, and they can make their choice. I'm leaving you with, I've given you some information that you can use to guide your decisions regarding the safety of this injection. And I'd like to add regarding all the discussion about transgender issues, I recommend that you read a book called Lost in Transnation by Dr. Mary Ann Grossman. It will amplify what these parents have said up here at the podium regarding transgender issues. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daisha Smith regarding model policy of the Virginia Department of Education and Dr. Gordon's proposed recommendations.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daisha Smith. I live on Pineview Road. Thank you. Suffolk Public Schools' vision and mission statements are as follows. The vision, to strive for excellence in education, celebrate diversity, and be committed to students, staff, and the school community. Part of the mission statement is to partner with the school community for the benefit of students and staff. School community encompasses school administrators, teachers, staff members, the students who attend a school, and their parents and families. Civil unions, marriages, and adoptions are domestic unions that must be officially recognized by the government, as the government has a vested interest in these domestic relationships. The unions create families, and the family is society's fundamental building block. The proposed policy change is encouraging the family breakup rather than supporting the parents that a child has. It proposes that the schools undermine parental authority and encourages secrecy in the parent-child relationship. This proposal suggests that when addressing a student's health, the staff should presume the worst of the parent-child relationship rather than supporting and advocating for parental involvement. The proposed policy states, to the extent possible, parents will be given the opportunity to object before counseling services are given. This verbiage is subjective. Is it 2 phone calls within a week with no response? Is that deemed responsible or reasonable extent? Or is it by truly honoring the family unit and attempting parental contact through all means available within the bounds found on their annual notification forms? The following is taken directly from the Virginia Department of Education Current Model Policies document. The department fully acknowledges the rights of parents to exercise their fundamental rights protected by the 14th Amendment to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children. Empowering parents is also essential to improving outcomes for all children in Virginia. Policies shall be drafted to safeguard parents' rights. Schools shall defer to parents to make the best decisions. To ensure parents are able to make the best decisions, school personnel shall keep parents fully informed about, including matters related to their child's health and social and psychological development. Notice the word shall is used 4 times, not should, shall, which is an imperative command, usually indicating that certain actions are mandatory and not permissive. The proposed transgender policy recommendation states within it multiple times, unless Suffolk Schools is of the opinion that to require parental consent would pose a danger to the student's health and mental wellness, as well as, but only if to do so would not pose an unreasonable risk to the student's health and mental well-being. This language is extremely subjective. Whereas in model policies, there is a clearly identified barometer for what is considered a danger to the student's health and mental well-being. That is, where the student is at imminent risk of suicide related to parental abuse or neglect. Furthermore, the proposed policy states Suffolk Public Schools may designate a counselor to speak directly with the student and the student's parents if requested to do so by the student. Dr. Gordon III has removed the verbiage that stated at the request of parents and has put the sole authority on the student. Dr. Gordon III's proposal regarding transgender policy are in direct contradiction to the constitutional parental right, beyond debatable parental primary role, and crucial parental involvement in a student's life.
1 minute warning.
Thank you for your time.
Our last speaker is Angela Kilgore regarding policy review meetings, transparency, and accountability.
Good evening. I'm Angela Kilgore, 1433 Redwood Court, Suffolk. Of course, y'all know that. Anyway, tonight I come before you to discuss what happened this week at a policy review meeting. After last month's school board meeting, direction was given to both school board representatives and citizen parents that they were to attend the committee meeting where policies are being reviewed and express objections to any of the proposed changes. This order was issued after a long-winded rant by our board chair, reprimanding elected members for not expressing their objections during the policy review meetings themselves, instead coming to the board meeting and doing so. Well, I attended that committee meeting and witnessed what happened to our board member. As she sat there objecting, she was bullied, she was made, her opinions were silenced, and we've all going to be able to see that because it was filmed. We had news crews there. I feel like that we are shutting the voices down of all the constituents that voted for these 2 chairs on this school board. After attending the meeting, I seen how our school board was treated, how she wasn't greeted, how her hand wasn't shaken, and there's definitely problems that's happening with this board. I didn't really come prepared tonight with a speech, and most of the things that I did want to say has been already said. I think that it takes all of us as a collective community to raise these children, not just Suffolk Public Schools, not the parents. We have to work together to do this. So I would like to ask, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to pray for Suffolk Public Schools with all of you. If you'd like to take a moment, bow your heads, please. Anybody objects? I apologize.
We can't do that.
Why
in a
can't
public
we?
meeting.
I like to pray for our students in our school.
That's not in what you signed up to do, ma'am.
Well, it's in regards to all of this. It's a transparency, accountability. I'm praying that we do that.
Ma'am, no, ma'am. We ask that you get back onto your topic. No one
That is
stopping.
my topic, sir.
Well, then it's not permitted at this time.
To pray for our schools is not permitted.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So now, each of you hear this. If anybody would like to pray with me after the meeting outside, I'd invite you, because I think that that's the only way that we're going to come together is through God and our faith. And those who are doing this, working for children for any other reason, I ask that God puts them under conviction. Have a good evening, and thank you all. Be blessed.
Thank you. I do want to clarify. I don't object to prayer. I believe that man should always pray. I mean, I love prayer, but this is not the place per the law. And we're going to ask Attorney Waller if you could speak to it.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
At this time, we're going to go to recess.
Ask the officers to remove her.
Officers, during recess, can you clear the room?
They want attention. They need help. Mental.
At this time, the board is going to continue our recess for 5 minutes, and then we will resume. I believe in abiding by a book that is very influential, and it says to be decent and in order. And we have to be mindful that we don't cherry pick the book. But conduct unbecoming will not be tolerated. This is not a place to grandstand. We're here for business, and if we are truly about our Father's business, we will be decent and in order. We can respectfully disagree, and if we fall short, we can repent. Okay? The board is going to recess for 5 minutes, and we will resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. Yep.
That whole thing that Jesus said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar.
Greetings, everyone. At this time, the school board meeting will resume. Before we go to the next item of business, I want to provide a point of information for all of our stakeholders who are in this room and who are watching at home and who may view later. What was witnessed tonight was and could be a violation of other persons' rights. Once we constitute, we often forget that this country and the makeup this country has chosen to be built upon is that everybody has a right to choose their own religion. And if we allow a Christian prayer to proceed, what do we do if a Satanist was to come in and say, I want to pray as well? We have to respect everyone's rights. If we would have prayed at the poll, as the citizens stated that they would do, pray outside, she would have been surprised. There may have been some board members who have come down to join. But if we set the precedence of allowing prayer of any kind, we have unleashed Pandora's box. And when a Muslim come in, it's no need for people to get upset then and want to sit the Muslim down. It's no need to set the Buddhist down. It's no need to set the Scientologist or the Satanist down or anyone who want to pray in any form they want to, who want to slice a goat or whatever, because we opened the door. So we have to be mindful. Although we embody certain biblical values, the best way to project our religious belief is to exemplify what we say we believe. And if we fall short, be quick to correct it and ask for forgiveness and move forward. None of us are exempt from making mistakes. None of us are exempt from doing things that we come back later and wish we had done differently. We're human. But I want to provide you all with context as to why we went to recess. One, everyone had to go to the bathroom. Two, some of us had a long morning. We had a retreat this morning too. Two, the environment is totally different now. Do you see? Now we can get business done. Because at the end of the day, it's not about a media release. It's about our children, all 14,000 of them. Because faith without works, and I'm going to leave that there. The next item on the agenda is business by board members. Board members, we ask you to model the way. And we're going to start with board member Slingluff.
Good evening. First thing, I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to acknowledge the 37 graduates who not only graduated in the year 2023, but did so after adding in and plugging away for another summer, and the parents who committed that time and the students who committed that time with determination to achieve that goal. I think it's fantastic. So congratulations to those graduates. But as we're running out the summer and rapidly approaching the new school year, I'd like to address parents of Suffolk Public Schools. I'm sure that many of you are ready to settle back into a consistent routine of the fall. As you prepare for the new school year, I'd like to offer a few words of encouragement. First, determine now to get involved in your child's school. Attend the upcoming orientation and open house. Meet your child's teacher and begin to establish a trusted relationship. Visit your child's school website to make sure you're knowledgeable regarding instructions for the morning drop-off and the afternoon pickup. Stay abreast of what your child is learning in school and seek to know their friends. Does not mean you drop out of their education. Remember that no one can replace you. Parents, your children need you. They need you to be their biggest cheerleader, their greatest protector, their safest confidant, and their wisest counsel. As you prepare for the fall, here are a few practical tips that I'd like to offer. Educate yourself regarding school policies that are under review. For instance, as we've heard tonight, in September, the revised version of the SPS transgender policy will be presented for a first read and at our board meeting. And at the second, the school board and school administration need to hear from you regarding your perspective on this policy ahead of your vote, our vote in October. Now, know what your kids are reading. You can't possibly review all their books, but there are online websites that can help you review the book contents. A few suggested websites are booklooks.org, ratedbooks.org, gofollett.com, which is GOFOLLETT.com. And perhaps the greatest tip I can give you tonight is to make time for your children. Start a conversation, but make it a point to listen. If they don't have much to say at first, stick with it. At some point, they will have something to say, and you will be glad that you didn't miss it. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Board Member Slinglove. The next speaker would be Board Member Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Gordon and his staff, all the teachers, everyone involved in our summer series. I think it was a big success this year. Many people are talking about the events that occurred over the summer series. That's a big undertaking. A lot of people in our city don't realize that we have ongoing activities throughout the year. We are a very busy school system. Several of my constituents called to tell me there were buses on the road at different times, and I reminded them of the different programs that we are involved in during the summer to benefit all of our students that need remediation and all types of services, special needs students as well. And some of them were unaware of some of the programs that we were undertaking. So I think you need to be congratulated. The staff did an outstanding job. Dr. Branch, Dr. Bird, Dr. Lee, Mr. Skinner, all of you who were in on that, and of course, Ms. Forsman back there waging with her numbers and figures to get us to the point where we could do that. Ms. P. Shawn sitting out there, I see her, and Ms. Avery, who's back there diligently. I want to thank you for hiring a lot of new teachers to come to our city. I thank you, Mr. Riddick, for the comments you just made about the rights of all citizens in the United States. Some people forget that. I am a devout Christian myself, and I do proclaim that, and I'm proud of that, but I recognize the rights of all people. And once we fail to do that, then we have missed the ball. And thank you for reiterating that tonight to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Barham. At this time, our next board member comment will be Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair Riddick. First of all, I just want to thank you all for coming out. I heard the weather, I think, got a little bad while we were in here. And thank you for everyone with their comments and what you had to say. At our last meeting, I made sure that I told the kids as well as the parents, this is the summer, and just do whatever you have to do to be safe and take care of yourself. And I want to also congratulate all the graduates, as Mrs. Singlaw said. I echo that. You all have done an amazing job. As our Dr. Branch said, it doesn't matter when you graduate, you graduated, and that is commendable, and thank you. And I know that you all continue to represent Suffolk Public Schools well. Going forward, to piggyback what Ms. Slinglove says, parents, pay attention to your children. Make sure that they know, whether they are getting on the bus leaving or when they're at home, that no one cares better for them than you do. It's important. Kids, I know my kids did, and I did as well. You have that special auntie or that special teacher that you talk to that may not know the things, the parents may not know what they're talking about, and that's not a bad thing. You always want your child to be able to talk to someone, but I want to make sure that the parents know, do your job, sit down at the table and eat dinner with your child, make it meaningful, ask them questions that require something more than a yes and a no. Just get engaged, and you'll be surprised how your child will become more open with you and share things with you. It is an honor and privilege to serve with my board members. We do have a lot of work to do, but we're going to make sure that we stay on the right track and put our students first, because that's what we took the oath to do, is to make sure that our students are the most important thing. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for your leadership and your team. You all do an amazing job. Again, are we perfect? No, no one in here is perfect. We do make mistakes, but we realize when we do make mistakes, we try to correct them and move forward. Have a great night.
Thank you, Board Member Jenkins. Our next board member comment will be that of Board Member Brittingham.
Good evening. I want to start by congratulating the John Yates High School basketball team that was playing for the old school alumni reunion and basketball game this past Saturday. It was a great turnout. I really enjoyed that. And I want to give a special shout out to Clint Wright for inviting me to that. And then for National Night Out at Lakeland High School, I want to give a shout out to Principal Lori White and for the great job she did in organizing a very successful event. As a member of the School Board Member Alliance, I am proud to be affiliated with an organization that is committed to promoting parents' rights and ensuring that all students receive a quality education in a safe and fair environment. SBMA is strongly supporting Governor Youngkin's 2023 model policy and is ensuring privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia Public Schools as they represent a significant step towards achieving these goals. At the heart of these policies is the recognition that parents play a crucial role in their children's education. By informing parents if their children are considering a significant decision such as a gender transition, these policies ensure that parents remain actively involved in their child's educational journey. We firmly believe that parents have the rights to direct the upbringing and education of their children and that they should be informed about matters that may impact their child's life and identity. Addressing the pressing issues of bullying and harassment in schools is paramount to creating a safe and supportive learning environment. Governor Youngkin's VDOE model policies advocate for the prevention and immediate response of any incidents of discrimination, harassment, sending a clear message that bullying of any student for any reason will not be tolerated. A safe school environment is crucial for students to thrive and succeed. I commend the emphasis on the privacy and confidentiality of these policies. The model policy affirms that the sensitive information, including gender-related surveys or evaluations, should only be disclosed to the students, parents, and school personnel with a legitimate educational interest in and when required by law. This commitment to confidentiality ensures that students' rights and personal information are protected. Furthermore, the VDOE model policies address the critical issues of student participation in sex-specified school activities and facilities. While adhering to a federal law concerning transgender students' access to sex-segregated facilities, the model policy also provides parents with the option to request alternative accommodations for their children to ensure their privacy and safety. This balanced approach respects the rights of all students. In the realm of athletics, the policy upholds the principle of determining appropriate participation based on sex rather than gender identity, but doing so, they strike a balance and ensure fairness and competitive integrity in sports. Governor Youngkin's VOD model of transgender policies has a positive step forward for the Virginia Public Schools. As a member of SBMA, I believe in seizing this opportunity to build the educational landscape for Virginia that ensures every student feels valued, respected, and supported in their journey towards success. Thank you and have a good evening.
Our next speaker, The next board member is Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Thank you. Am I on? Thank you very much. There are two things that I'd like to get out of the way because I'd like to end on a positive note. The first one is at the Policy Review Committee meeting, I made a statement about what happened in Loudoun County. I'd like to back that up with an article from the New York Times about the case of the student who was raped. It is from October 28, 2021, written by Michelle Goldberg from the New York Times. The Right's Big Lie About a Sexual Assault in Virginia. It is about the Loudoun County case. If you read the article, which is available online, it states from the case that the child who was assaulted, who brought forth the charges, had had an intimate relationship with the student who assaulted her. and he was not a transgender student. He had on some clothing to get by cameras and get into where he was going, but he was not a transgender student. And I will not let misinformation go any further than it should go. He was transferred, but he was not a transgender student. So that's out of that way. And if you'll read the article, it takes the statements directly from the case as it was tried, and the child admitted to the relationship with the boy. At that time, she told him no, he did not adhere to her wishes. So it was still what it was. But those are the facts about the case. I know I have a personal commitment. I have a family member in Loudoun County, and I stated that during the meeting. Now that that is out of the way, I have taught for over 20 years school law and public policy to teachers, to principals, and to superintendents. We do have responsibilities. We've been partners with parents. I've been in public education for over 50 years. We do have a responsibility to children, and we do have rights with children, and those rights do not include a separation from parents. It's a partnership with parents. We've always adhered to that. We are responsible for children. If you want us to be responsible for children when they come to school, we cannot wait until you come if they are being bullied. We cannot wait until you come to give them direction, to tell them what to do, as one of the speakers alluded to. We protect them, we do whatever we have to do. They can talk to us. They can do that because we are indeed in your stead when you are not with them. When we have them, we're responsible for them. And you cannot do that and separate yourself from the children. Getting that aside, let me say these positive things. As school board members, rather than committing to the fray or causing chaos, one of the things that I think we need to focus on right now is trying to get the $2 million that we need in order for our school system to function this year as we want. Because safety is a priority for me, and there are 28 positions, am I correct, that we need to fill and we need to be able to pay for. And so, as school board members, one of my priorities, and I have already spoken to my city council person who's the vice mayor, and I would ask us to speak to all your city council people, and I've also spoken to some other folks, council people, about the money we need to operate. That's one of the things that we need to do, provide the resources for our schools to operate in the way that they do. Now, we can get involved in the weeds, or we can go forth with the major things because we have some dragons to slay. I want to end my discussion by saying ditto to the things that Mrs. Slingloff said about the student graduates. I'm so proud of you. Dr. Branch, I was really impressed with your speech. The STEM books, the open house I attended, and I was really pleased that our mayor and Councilman Fawcett came as well to the open house, and they were very impressed with all of the things that had been written. Because I am indeed a researcher, I was impressed with the writing and the chapters that the students wrote, as well as the chapters that were written by our staff members and our partners in the public sphere. I'm very proud of what we've done, and I'm so glad to see that the sales are the way that they are. We are tops in schools. We are nationally recognized, and I am proud to say that we're an empowered district. That's impressive. I hope that I will be able to attend the boot camp. There are some things that I'm going to miss, but I'm going to say this, that because we have children who come to us, some have it all together with homes that are all together. Some do not. Some need us and see us as parental figures because things are not the way they are at home. We do not separate ourselves from them. We love them all. We take them as they are. And I have felt for years since 1971 when I entered this field, I feel that I'm blessed to be able to work with them. I too am a Christian, but I always remember this verse that Jesus says, as my daughter said in the writing, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and render unto God what is God's. Our chair spoke to what happened this evening, and one of my constituents texted me to remind me of exactly what you said. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your comments. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you, Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck. At this time, we're going to have board comments by Vice Chair Howell.
Good evening, SPS family and the broader Suffolk community as a whole. I am going to issue an early welcome back to the new school year to our returning teachers. Thank you for coming back. To our new teachers that will be reporting to us soon, welcome, especially welcome to Dr. Shabazz, who's joining us. I'm glad you're coming home. It's a good place to be. I don't have a whole lot to offer because we are going to be committed moving forward to using this time to update you on board business, how we've been engaged in the community, what's upcoming as far as our individual boroughs and on our radars. So I have been traveling around with my teenagers looking at colleges. I have not been local, and therefore I don't have anything to update you on as far as my own borough engagement for this month and the prior 30 days. But what I will say to my Sleepy Hole borough is if you have any HOA meetings coming up, any civic league meetings, neighborhood meetings, anything that you would be so kind to include me, please reach out to me. My email is heatherhowell@spsk12.net, and please include me in your community events so that I can meet you all and give greater access to this role that I have been blessed with here. You all be safe, squeeze out the last little drops of summer, and have a good evening.
Where do I start? That would be nice. I am a firm believer of standing up for yourself and advocating for others. I too am a believer. Yet my salvation has come with a backbone. Because I'm a believer does not mean I have to lay on the floor and allow you to walk over me or an attempt to. I will not do it. So I want to set the record straight even further. I did not silence 20,000 people's voices. That didn't happen. Per policy, the chair does not have the authority. It has to be done by a vote. It was a 5-3 vote, I believe. The board made the decision to respond to the decision that was initially done. I consulted with board members. There were opinions that were released. What happened was a reaction, not an initial action. Totally, in the 2022 election for board members combined, of which citizens made an alluding that I silenced 20,000 voices. Combined, there were 6,630 people to vote for the board members, of which who evaluation was removed. Let's be mindful. You don't just represent those who voted your name. You vote for everyone, those who didn't vote your name, as well as those who didn't vote at all. I asked the constituents before you pass misinformation that you reach out. Just as I said in my article, we have bigger fish to fry. There's a $2 million shortfall that we had to deal with, of which included, I believe, 65 S3s, 28 S3s to work with security to ensure our students are safe. Mr. Dove has been a champion at advocating for building and replacing dilapidated schools. These are the items that demand my immediate attention. This is the last time I'm going to give any of the aforementioned things any air, because I will not address it again. I'm not going to waste time on it. But I wanted to set the record straight so when the public leaves here, you know I have no quarrel with any of the board members that are up here. We talk, we agree, we disagree, but we move forward. And an example of that is the board training that we participated in at the end of last month. Board members were able to get in there and to speak on their differences. Although the steps may not be great in your eyesight, but as long as the step is in a step in the right direction, we're making progress. We're taking the small victories, because that's going to lead to the total victory. We are here to do what's in the best interest of the students and taxpayers' revenue. I don't see anybody knocking at the other governing bodies about how funds is spent, except it addressed the school division. If we want transparency in one form of government, how many went to Richmond and say, how did you screw up in the budgeting process? Nobody sent the letter to the governor's office. This is our children's education here. Everybody don't have the funds to go to private schools, and that's not everybody's choice to go to private schools. And it's no shade or salt at anyone who made that decision. It is what it is. But for the 14,000 students that we have to make decisions that directly impact them, we want to move forward and continue doing great things for those students. The preliminary data shows that our school division will be fully accredited. So when people are making the statements, our children can't read, or this and that is not positive, we're making progress. We're fully accredited. That's not dismissing that there's work to be done, but give us a chance to do the work. You can't beat us every month because we're not doing it the way you want us to do it. Everybody who has the right to vote has the same right to decide if you're going to run for elected office. Some have ran and were not successful, and some have chosen not to run. But if you're going to state the problem, at least give us time to make adjustments. Sitting in our seat is not easy, because anybody can throw stones, but then when we throw them back, everybody is hollering respect and dignity, and you want it to be treated right, and then everybody hide under the cross. That's not right. We have to be better. Some may not like me being on my soapbox, they say. But if we didn't have this misinformation, I wouldn't have to take my stance on the box. If we would work together honestly with no ill intentions, I wouldn't have to deny your meetings. I don't have to meet with you or people if I don't want to. What is our real motive for why we come to these meetings? As I stated today in the board retreat, we're looking at the data so we know exactly how we need to tailor our information. Are we speaking to parents of Suffolk City students? Are we speaking to our business community? Or are we speaking to our taxpayers? Or are we speaking to people who just want something to complain about? These are valid questions that shape how the presentations are done. I hear a lot of people coming in complaining about FOIA, but nobody has made the mention that we have been advertising our meetings in multiple levels that are not required by FOIA for almost 8 months now. No one has made mention that you know the committee meetings for the year, or that information is easily accessible on the website. And if you email and say it's not accessible, we'll point you in the right direction and we'll make that change to make it accessible. This is the same reason why some of our children don't feel comfortable talking to some people, because you identify the negatives that they do and don't celebrate the positives that they make. When I was in 9th grade, I had a friend of mine, because of his choice and the way he was treated, he decided to end his life. Although it's not your path or trial, it's someone else's. We have to be considerate, whether we agree with it or not. And those of us who profess the cross, he gives us all free will to choose as to whether we're going to abide by it or not. So on that, I'm going to come out my comments by board members and ask any civic leads, just as our vice chair has said, any civic leads who have meetings going on in your borough, invite your board member to come out. Ask of your board member questions, engage. And that was one thing we talked about today, borough engagement. How do we as a board member get out into your boroughs? And nobody wants to be in a relationship where they're beat up on all the time. So if you're wondering why nobody wants to talk to you or come to you, how are you treating people? That don't mean you got to agree with everything that they say or wear a certain shade of brown or green lipstick. But you do have to be respectful with how you treat people. The next item of business is a motion to go into closed session. It's not necessary, right? Attorney Waters. For your addendum, okay. All right, glad we ain't got to do that then, okay. The other information is informational. Read it at your leisure. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and seconded by Board Member Dr. Brittingham. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
This meeting is hereby adjourned. Please drive safely.